talk about JavaScript for beginners. Let's find out why JavaScript is cool, what awesome things we can do with it, and which other technologies work nicely with it. JavaScript was first made to make web pages alive. The things we make in this language are called scripts. We can write them directly in a web page's code, and they work by themselves when the page loads. Scripts are just plain text, and we don't need to do anything special to make them run. They start working without any extra steps. In this way, JavaScript is not like another language called Java. When they first made JavaScript, they called it LiveScript. Back then, everyone loves Java, so they thought it would be good to say the new language was like Java's younger brother. But as time passes, but as time passed, JavaScript became its own thing. It has its own set of rules called ECMAScript, and now it has nothing to do with Java anymore. Nowadays, JavaScript can work not just in your internet browser, but also on servers or any device that has a special program called a JavaScript engine. In your browser, there is a built-in engine called some, uh, in your browser, there is a built-in engine, sometimes called a JavaScript virtual machine. Different engines have different secret names, like V8 is in Chrome, Opera, in Edge browser. SpiderMonkey, SpiderMonkey is in Firefox. There are other names like Chakra or for Internet Explorer, JavaScript Core, Nitro, Squirrelfish for Safari, and more. Remember these names because you will see them in articles for developers on the internet. If a cool things work with V8, it probably works in Chrome, Opera, and Edge. Engine might seem tricky, but the main stuff is simple. First, the engine inside the browser, if it is there, reads or parses the script. Next, it changes or compiles the script into machine code. After that, the machine code runs and it goes pretty fast. The engine also makes things better at every step. It keeps an eye on the code while it runs, looks at the data it uses, and improves the machine code based on what it learns. Today, JavaScript is a safe language, especially for web browsers. It doesn't give direct access to computer memory or processing power because it was made for browsers which don't need that kind of access. The things JavaScript can do depend on where it is used. For example, in Node.js, it can handle tasks like reading, writing files, or making requests on the internet. When used in a web browser, JavaScript can do a lot related a, JavaScript can do a lot related to changing web pages, talking to users, and connecting with web servers. For example, in browser, JavaScript can add new things to a web page, change what's already there or adjust styles, react to what users do, like when they click the mouse, move the pointer or press key, send message over the internet to other servers, and download or upload files using technologies called Ajax and more, manage cookies, ask questions to user and show messages, remember information on the user device using local storage. JavaScript in a web browser has limits to keep you safe. The goal is to stop harmful websites from getting your private information or causing problems with your data. Here are some things JavaScript in a browser can't do. It can't freely read or change files on your computer or run programs. It doesn't have direct access to your computer's function. Even when it works with files, there are limits. You have to do certain things like dropping a file into the browser or selecting it in a specific way. To use the camera, microphones, or other devices, it needs your permission. So, a web page with JavaScript can't secretly turn on your camera, spy on your surrounding, and send info to others. Different tabs or windows in your browser usually don't know about each other. They might only know if one uses JavaScript to open the other. But even then, one page's JavaScript can't grab info from another page if they are from different website. This is called the same origin policy, and it's for your safety. JavaScript can talk to the server where the current page came from, but it can't easily get data from other sites. It is possible, but the other site has to agree and set up things for it. Again, it's a safety measure. These limits don't apply if JavaScript is used outside the browser, like on a server. Also, some browsers allow plugins and extensions that can ask for more permission. JavaScript is special for few reasons. It works perfectly with HTML, CSS. It does simple tasks in a simple way and works on all big browser and is turned on automatically. These three things make JavaScript one of a kind. That is why it is the most popular choice for making things on the internet. But remember, JavaScript isn't just for browser. People also use it to make servers, mobile apps, and more. Some people find the way JavaScript looks and works doesn't fit what they want. Different projects have different needs. Because of that, many new languages have come up. These languages are changed, converted into JavaScript before they run in the browser. Nowadays, tools make this change happen really quickly and in the background. So, developers can write in a different language and it gets converted automatically. Here are a few examples. CoffeeScript. This makes JavaScript code look shorter and cleaner, and people who like Ruby often use it. TypeScript. It adds strict data typing to make complex systems easier to develop and manage. It is made by Microsoft. Flow also adds data typing, but in a different way. It is developed by Facebook. Dart, a separate language that has its own system but can be turned into JavaScript. It is created by Google. Drython, it turns Python code into JavaScript and letting you write app in pure Python without using JavaScript. Kotlin, a modern and safe language that can work on browser or Node. There are more. Even if you use these languages, it is still good to know JavaScript to understand things better. I hope you enjoyed it. My name is Naushad. See you in our next video.
Hello everyone, my name is Naushad and I'm a senior full stack web developer with over 15 years of experience. We have created something special here and I can't wait to share it with you. Let's get real for a moment. Coding can be tough, right? I mean, when you start diving into topics like object-oriented programming, classes, and inheritance, it's like entering a whole new universe. But fear not, my friends. I'm here to make it all crystal clear for you. Our mission is simple: to turn you into a coding ninja, one step at a time. We won't bore you with those long-winded tutorials, but we are all about real-life examples and slightly challenging tasks that will blow your mind and open up new horizons in your development journey. But here is the best part. We do it all with a friendly approach. That is why I will be your guide, making sure the content is easy to understand and delivered in a way that feels like a conversation with a good person. And yes, did I also mention that I have got plenty of teaching experience? Yeah, that's right. I have honed my skills in helping folks like you succeed, and I'll bring the same passion and expertise to our learning adventure. So get ready for an epic tech journey. I wish you the best of luck in all your upcoming lessons. Hello everybody, my name is Naushad and today we are going to learn about JavaScript manual. Okay, this video is a fantastic starting point, guiding you step by step, but as you progress, you will want to deepen your understanding with some extra help. First thing first, meet the ECMA 262 specification, the holy grail of JavaScript documentation. It is the ultimate source for those intricate language details, but I'll admit it can be a bit challenging at first, like diving into the deep end of a pool, right? But don't worry. With time and practice, you will master it like a pro. But you can find the latest draft online, and if you are curious about future features, check out the Stage 3 proposal on GitHub. That's where JavaScript future is shaped. Next up, meet your new best buddy, the MDN Mozilla JavaScript reference. This is your go-to for in-depth information, examples, and all the juicy details about individual functions and methods. Think of it as your trusty sidekick on your JavaScript journey. Let's talk about staying up to date. JavaScript is a constantly evolving with new features popping up regularly. To know which engine support these features, head over to caniuse.com. It's like having a cheat sheet to see where those shiny new features are ready to be used. And from the roadmap to navigate JavaScript compatibility, check out this link. It's a handy tool to make sure your code plays nicely across different engines. Remember, my friend, these resources are your secret weapons in the real life coding adventure. Whether you are exploring language details, checking compatibility, or embracing new features, they have got your back. So keep learning, keep exploring, and always remember we are in this together. My name is Naushat, and thank you for watching. See you in your next video. Hello, everybody. Today, we are going to talk about code editors, the essential tool where we spend most of our coding time. Now, there are two main types of code editor: IDEs and lightweight editors, and many of us use combination of both. First, let's dive into IDEs, which stands for Integrated Development Environments. An IDE is a powerful editor that operates on an entire project, not just a single file. It's like a complete development environment with a bunch of handy features. When you work with an IDE, it loads your entire project, which could be made up of multiple files, which allow you to navigate between those files easily and provides auto-completion based on the entire project, not just the current file. Plus, it seamlessly integrates with version management system like Git or GitLab, testing environment, and other project level stuff. Now, if you haven't decided on an IDE yet, here are a couple of great options to consider. Visual Studio Code. It is a cross-platform and it is completely free. WebStorm or JetBrains Community, which also a cross-platform but offers paid option as well. For those of you on Windows, remember that there is another tool called Visual Studio, which is different from Visual Studio Code. It is a powerful window-only editor, excellent for .NET projects, and also work well with JavaScript. But be aware, it comes with a price tag. There is also a free version called Visual Studio Community if you want to give it a try. Although many IDEs are paid, most of them offer trial period. However, their cost is usually negligible compared to a qualified developer's salary, so don't hesitate to invest in the one that suits you best. Now let's talk about lightweight editor. They may not be a feature-rich as IDEs, but they are lightning fast, elegant, and straightforward. Lightweight editors are perfect for quickly opening and editing a single file. Unlike IDEs, they don't load all the project data on start, making them much faster when you only need to work with single file. However, don't underestimate lightweight editors. Many of them offer plugins, including directory level syntax, analyzers, and autocompleters, blurring the line between lightweight editors and full-fledged IDEs. Here are a few popular options for lightweight editors. Sublime Text is a cross-platform and available as shareware. Notepad++, the one for Windows user, and it's completely free. If you're more adventurous and know your way around, Vim and Emacs are also cool options. Now, you might be wondering which one is the best for you. Well, the list above consists of editors that I and my developer friends have been using and loving for a long time. However, keep in mind that there are plenty of other fantastic editors out there in our vast coding world, so feel free to explore and choose the one that resonate with you the most. Remember, the choice of the code editor, like any other tool, is personal and depend on your project habits and preference. Speaking from my own personal opinion, if I were mostly working on front-end development, I would rather prefer Visual Studio Code. But if my work involves other languages or platform alongside front-end work, I would consider alternatives like Xcode for Mac user, Visual Studio for Windows user, or JetBrains family of editors like WebStorm, PHP Storm, RubyMine, depending on the specific language. So there you have it. The world of code editors awaits you. Happy coding. And may you find the perfect editor that enhances your coding experience. Thank you so much. Hello everybody. Let's dive into the world of Developer Console. As we all know, you are going to make error. You will eventually encounter them during our coding journey. But don't worry, even the most experienced developers make mistakes. After all, we are human, not robots. Now, the challenge arises when their error occur in the browser. By default, users don't see those errors, which make it difficult for us to identify and fix them. But fear not, to help us out, modern browser comes with a set of powerful tools known as developer tools. When it comes to developer tools, Chrome and Firefox are the perfect choice for the most developers because they offer the best feature and functionalities. Other browsers also have developer tools, but they often play catch up with Chrome and Firefox. So it's common for developers to have their favorite browser and switch to other only when they encounter browser-specific issues. Now let's get to the exciting part, the developer tools themselves. We will learn how to open them, check out errors, and even run JavaScript command. For those using Google Chrome, open the page bug.html, which contains a hidden error in the JavaScript code. To open the developer tool, press F12. Mac user can use Command Option J instead. The developer tools will open on the console tab by default. Here's what it looks like. An image representing of the developer tool console tab. In the console tab, you will spot a red color error message. In this example, the script contains an unknown la 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 command. On the right side, there is a clickable link to the source bug.html indicating the line number where the error occurred. But wait, there is more. Below the error message, you will find the blue greater than symbol. That is the command line, where we can type JavaScript commands and press enter to run them. That's cool, right? Now that's enough to get started with understanding errors in the developer tool. But fear not, we'll come back to this developer tool later and dive deeper into debugging the browser in a dedicated chapter. Quick tip. When you need to insert multiple lines of code into the console, press Shift Enter. This way you can enter long fragments of JavaScript code without difficulty. Now, for developer using Firefox, Edge, and other browser, most of the browser also use F12 to open the developer tools. The look and feel of these tools are quite similar. Once you become familiar with one set of developer tools, let's say Chrome, switching to another will be a breeze. But for Safari user, such as Mac, Safari, being the Mac browser, has a little special setup. First, we need to enable the develop menu, open preferences and go to advanced pane, then check the checkbox at the bottom. After enabling the develop menu, and you can toggle the console using Command Option C. Also, notice that a new top menu item named develop has appeared, offering many commands and options. So there you have it. Developer tools are your trusty companion for debugging and understanding your script better. Embrace them and they'll make your coding life much smoother. Happy coding. Hello everybody. In this part of the tutorial, we will focus on core JavaScript, the language itself. To run our script, we will use a browser as a working environment. Now let's learn how to attach a script to a web page. Let's create a file hello world.html. I'm going to put an HTML tag, press tab, and title will be hello world, and I'm going to write script. Before the script, hello. After the script, let's run this, save the file, hello. So when the browser processes the script tag, the JavaScript code inside it is automatically executed. When we have a significant amount of JavaScript code, we can place it in a separate file. To attach an external file to an HTML document, we use the source attribute in the script tag, just like this. Let's delete this. Create a folder with name anything. I'm writing path, and inside I'm going to create a new folder with 2. You can name it anything you want. And over here, going back to the editor, I'm creating a JS file, a direct JavaScript file, and saving it to the folder which I've just created. Here I'm going to write command directly alert function. Going back to the editor, and here I'm going to write the source and the path, which is path /2 to /script.js. The path to script.js is the absolute path to the script from the site root. If the file is in the current folder, we can use a relative path like source equal source script.js or source full stop / script.js. We can also provide a full URL such as this. Going back to a browser, looking for load.js CDN and click on the first link. Now I'm gonna copy this link, copied, and going back to the editor, writing script tag, tab and source, here it is, pasting the path. To attach multiple script, we use multiple script tag. Script tag, source, js, script. Remember that more complex scripts are usually put into separate files, while simpler script can be included directly into the HTML. One benefit of using separate files is that the browser can download and cache them. Other pages referencing the same script will then use the cache version, reducing traffic and make pages load faster. It's important to note that a single script tag cannot have both the source attribute and an inline code. For example, this won't work. Commenting these two scripts, going on line 26 and creating a script tag. And let's copy the path from line 19 and pasting it here. As you can see, the function alert will not work because I have put a source path which will execute first, and it won't run any other functions or script which is inside these tags. To achieve this, we need to use two separate script tags, just like this. Alert 1. So look at this. I'm now able to run the both. Path to script.js. From there, I'm running my script.js file. And on the second script tag, I'm alerting an integer 1. By following these practices, we can effectively manage and organize our JavaScript code in web projects. Thank you for watching. Take care. Happy coding. Hello everybody, my name is Naushad and today we are going to learn about code structure. Let's start building blocks of code from here on. In JavaScript, statements are essential syntax constructs that carry out specific action or command. An example of a statement we have already encountered is alert, which displays the message hello world in an alert box. We can have multiple statements in our code and they can be separated using semicolon. For example, by doing this, we split the hello world message into two separate alerts. To enhance code readability, it is common to write statement on separate line, just like this. Remember, statements are the building blocks of JavaScript code, allowing us to perform various actions in our program. Now let's talk about semicolon. In JavaScript, semicolons play a crucial role in separating statements, but they can often be omitted when a line breaks exist. For example, in this case, JavaScript interprets the line break as an implicit semicolon, a process known as automatic semicolon insertion. However, it is important to note that not all line breaks imply semicolon. For example, in this situation, JavaScript correctly assumes that the line ending with the plus is an incomplete expression and it does not insert a semicolon. Nevertheless, there are cases where JavaScript fails to assume a semicolon where it's needed, leading to error that can be difficult to detect and resolve. For example, no need to think about the meaning of the brackets and the function for each yet. We will study them later. For now, just remember the result of running the code. It shows hello, then 1, then 2. If we remove the semicolon after the alert like this, now you can see only the first hello will be shown and an error will occur. JavaScript treats the code in the last example as a single statement, which is incorrect. To avoid such issues, it's recommended to use semicolon between statements even if they are separated by new lines. This practice is widely adopted in the community, making the code more robust and preventing potential errors, especially for beginners. Okay, now we're going to talk about comments. In programming, as code becomes more complex, adding comments becomes essential to describe what the code does and why it does it. Comments can be placed anywhere in the script without affecting the execution, as the engine simply ignores them. One-line comments start with 2 forward slash characters like this. Multi-line comments begins with forward slash steric and ends with steric forward slash, as shown here. Comment can also be used to temporarily disable a part of the code, just like this. In most code editors, you can use hotkeys like Ctrl plus forward slash for single line comments and Ctrl Shift forward slash for multi-line comments. Note that nested comments are not supported, meaning you cannot have comments inside another comment. This would result in an error. Just take a look over this. Despite increasing the overall code size, comments are highly beneficial for understanding and maintaining code. They can be removed during the minification process before deploying to production. ensuring they have no negative impact on the final working script. Remember to always include comments in your code. Thank you for watching. My name is Naushad. See you in our next tutorial. For a long time, JavaScript evolved without compatibility issues. New features were added to the language, while old functionality didn't change. They had the benefit of never breaking existing code, but the downside was that any mistake or an imperfect decision made by JavaScript's creator got stuck in the language forever. This was the case until 2009 when ECMAScript 5 appeared. It added new features to the language and modified some of the existing ones. To keep the old code working, most such modifications are off by default. You need to explicitly enable them with the special directive useStrict. The directive looks like a string, useScript in a apostrophes and a single apostrophe. When it is located at the top of a script, the whole script works the modern way. Let's go to our editor. Here I have used a script tag and I'm using useStrict : This code works the modern way. Quite soon we are going to learn functions, so let's note in advance that useRefs can be put at the beginning of a function. Doing that enables strict mode in that function only, but usually people use it for a whole script. Let's use script again. Here I'm using an alert function with some code inside. Usestrict : usestrict below is ignored. It must be at the top. Strict mode is not activated because it is not above the code. It should be on the top. Only comments may appear above useScript. There is no directive like no useScript that reverts the engine to old behavior. Once we enter strict mode, there is no going back. When you use a developer console to run code, please note that it doesn't use strict by default. Sometime when you strict make a difference, you will get incorrect result. So how to actually use strict in the console? First, you can try to press Shift Enter to input multiple lines and put use strict on the top, like this. Use strict, and here I am. I've put your code here. Use strict. It works in most browsers, namely Firefox and Chrome. If it does an example in an old browser, there is an ugly but reliable way to ensure use strict. Put it inside this kind of a wrapper. Take a look. Once again, I'm on my browser. I'm using an anonymous function. Use strict here. So your code here. So what's happening? Whatever your code is, which is inside this function, will use this modern mode functionality of JavaScript while using useStrict. The question may sound obvious, but it's not so. One could recommend to start script with useStrict, but you know what's cool? Modern JavaScript supports classes and modules, advanced language structure, that enables us to use strict automatically. So we don't need to add the useStrict directive if we use them. So for now, useStrict is a welcome guest at the top of your script. Later, when your code is all in classes and modules, you may skip it, okay? As of now, we have got to know about useStrict in general. In the next chapter, as we learn language features, we will see the difference between the strict and old mode. Luckily, there aren't many and they actually make our lives better. All example in this video tutorial assumes strict mode unless very rarely specified otherwise. Thank you so much. Take care. Hello everybody, my name is Naushad and today we're going to learn about variables. In a JavaScript application, we often deal with informations. Let me give you a couple of examples to better understand this concept. Imagine you're building an online shop. In this case, the information would include details about the goods being sold, such as their names, prices, and descriptions. Additionally, you will also have a shopping cart to keep track of the items that users add to their orders. Now let's consider a chat application. Here, the information would involve data about the user who are chatting, such as their username, profile, pictures, and status. Moreover, you will need to manage the messages being exchanged between users, including their content, timestamp, and read status. So, in both scenarios, an essential part of our JavaScript application is handling and working with various types of information. We achieve this using variables to store and organize the data in our programs. A variable is like a named storage that can hold important data in our programs. It could be anything, from simple value like number or text to more complex information, like details about visitors or items in our online shop. To create a variable, we use the let keyword. It's like giving a name to a box where we will keep our data. For example, here we declare a variable called message. Now this line tells JavaScript to create a variable named message that can store data. But a variable is not that exciting until we put something in it. To do that, we use assignment operator just like this. Now message holds the value hello inside it. Once we have something stored in a variable, we can access it anytime using its name. For example, this will show the content of the variable, which is hello. Isn't it cool? We can easily access our data using the variable name. To save time, we can combine the variable declaration and assignment in one line, just like this. This defines the variable and assigns the value. Sometimes we may need to declare multiple variables at once. While it is possible, it's better to keep things clear and use one line per variable, just like this. However, some programmers prefer a different style, where they put multiple declarations in a single line or use the comma first style, just like this. Both ways work fine, but for better readability, we recommend using one line per variable. The multi-line variant is a bit longer but easier to read, just like this. Some people also define multiple variables in this multi-line style, just like this. Technically, all variants do the same thing, so it's a matter of personal taste and aesthetics. Okay, now let's choose between war instead of lead. In older script, you may also find another keyword, war instead of lead. War message equals hello. The war keyword is almost the same as lead. It also declares a variable, but it's slightly different, old school way. There are subtle differences between let and war, but they do not matter for us yet. We will cover them in detail in the chapter The Old War. Now let's continue our exploration of variable in JavaScript with a real-life analogy. Imagine a variable as a box for data, and each box has a unique label on it. For example, let's think of a variable message as a box labeled message, and we will put the value hello inside it. Now we have our box message with the value hello inside it. But here is the cool part. We can change the value inside the box as many times as we want. This will show, okay, the value changed to world. This will show the content of the variable, which is now world. When we change the value, the old data in the box is replaced with the new data. So in the end, the box holds the most recent value. We can also have multiple boxes and copy data from one to another. Copy hello world from hello into message. Now both variables hold the same data. So now we have two boxes, hello and message, both containing the same data, hello world. Our important rule with variable is that we should declare each variable only once. If we try to declare the same variable again, it triggers an error. To avoid errors, we should declare a variable only once and then refer to it without using let again. Variables are like labeled boxes that store data, and we can put anything we want in them. They allow us to manage and change information in our programs effectively, so keep practicing and experimenting with variable, and you will become a master of data handling in JavaScript. Now let's talk about functional languages. It is interesting to note that there exist so-called pure functional programming languages, such as Haskell, that forbid changing variable values. In such languages, once the value is stored in the box, it's there forever. If we need to store something else, the language forces us to create a new box. We can't reuse the old one. Though it may seem a little odd at first sight, these languages are quite capable of serious development. More than that, there are areas like parallel computations where this limitation confers certain benefits. Now let's talk about variable naming in JavaScript. There are some rules we need to follow when naming variables. The variable name can only contain letters, digit, or symbols like dollar sign and underscore. Special characters like at, hash, or percentage are not allowed. Example of valid names.
The first character of variable name must not be a digit. It can be a letter, dollar sign, or underscore. When the variable name contains multiple words, we commonly use camel case. This means that each word starts with a capital letter except for the first word. What's interesting in that both the dollar sign and the underscore can be used in names. They are treated just like regular letters and have no special meaning. Example of valid name using dollar and underscore. A variable name dollar with the value 1, another variable name underscore with the value 2. This will show 3. Now let's look at some example of incorrect variable names. Invalid cannot start with the digit. Invalid hyphen aren't allowed in the name. Remember, it is crucial to follow these rules when naming variables to avoid errors in our code. Additionally, JavaScript allows us to use non-Latin letters like Cyrillic or Chinese logograms in variable names. However, it's not recommended because there is an international convention to use English in variable names. This makes our code more accessible to people from different countries who may read our code in the future. So let's keep our variable names clear, concise, and in English to make our code readable and maintainable for everyone. There is a list of reserved words which cannot be used as variable name because they are used by the language itself. For example, let, class, return, and function are reserved. This code gives an error. This code gives a syntax error. Can't name a variable let error. Also can't name it return error. An assignment without use trick. Normally we need to define a variable before using it. But in old time it was technically possible to create a variable by a mere assignment of the value without using let. This still works now if we don't put use trick in our script to maintain compatibility with old script. No use script in this example. The variable num is created if it didn't exist. This is bad practice and would cause an error in strict mode. Error. Num is not defined. Alright, let's talk about constant in JavaScript. To declare a constant variable, we use the keyword const instead of let. Constants are like regular variables, but they cannot be reassigned once they are given a value. For example, here my birthday is a constant with a value this. Once we assign a value to it, we cannot change it anymore. If you try to reassign a constant, we will get an error. Declaring constants is useful when we are sure that a variable's value will never change throughout our program. Using consts make our code more readable and communicates to other developers that this value should not be modified. So whenever you have a value that should remain constant, go ahead and use constant to declare it. Now let's dive into uppercase constant in JavaScript. Sometimes we need to use values that are known beforehand but can be tricky to remember or type correctly. To make our code more readable and maintainable, we use uppercase constant as aliases for these values. Here is an example. When we need to pick a color, let color equals color orange. Alert color. In this case, we have defined uppercase constant for different colors in hexadecimal format. Instead of using the complex hexadecimal values directly, we can use these constants, making our code more understandable. The benefit of using uppercase constants are easier to remember. Using name like color underscore orange is much simpler to remember than recalling hash FF7F00. Reduce mistakes. It's easy to mistype a long hexadecimal value, but with constant we avoid that risk. More meaningful. When reading the code, color orange provides clear context compared to a raw hexadecimal values. Now, when should we use uppercase constant? Well, they are best suited for values that are known before the code runs and won't change throughout the program execution. If the value needs to be calculated at runtime, we use normal variables like page load time, just like camel case. So remember to use uppercase constant for hard-coded values to enhance readability and simplify your code. Let's talk about the importance of naming variables right in JavaScript. Choosing the right variable name is a crucial skill in programming. A well-chosen name can reveal the purpose of the variable and make our code more understandable. In real projects, we often spend more time modifying and building upon existing code rather than starting from scratch. Having clear and meaningful variable names make it easier to return to our code after a break and quickly grasp what each variable represents. So here are some good rules to follow when naming variables. Use human readable name. Opt for names like username or shopping cart, which are easy to understand and relates to the data they hold. Avoid abbreviations and short name. Steer clear of using name like A, B, or C unless you have a clear purpose for them. Descriptive names are much better. Be descriptive and concise. Names like data or value don't convey much information. Instead, make names as descriptive as possible to convey the purpose of the variable. Consistency within your team. Agree on common terms within your development team. If we call a site visitors a user, then let name related to variable, current user, or new user. Note something, not something like current visitor or new man in town. Remember, a variable name should serve as a self-contained description of the data it stores, making it easier for you and others to understand your code. Now, while these rules may seem straightforward, applying them in practice can be a bit challenging. But don't worry, with practice, you will become better at creating descriptive and concise variable names. So let's embrace the challenge and go for it.
Reuse or create. And the last note, there are some lazy programmers who, instead of declaring new variables, tend to reuse existing ones. As a result, their variables are like boxes which people throw different things without changing the stickers. What is inside the box now? Who knows? We need to come closer and check. Such programmers save a little bit on variable declaration but lose 10 times more on debugging. An extra variable is good, not evil. Modern JavaScript minifiers and browser optimize code well enough, so it won't create performance issues. Using different variables for different values can even help the engine optimize your code. Let's take an overview. To store data, we have three keywords: var, let, and const. Let. It's the modern way to declare a variable. Use it to create variables that can be changed later in the code. Var. This is an older way to declare a variable, and we generally avoid using it in modern JavaScript. Constant. If you need a variable that won't change its value, use const. Once assigned, its value remain constant throughout the code. Remember, a key aspect of writing clean and understandable code is naming variable wisely. Choose descriptive name that clearly convey what the variable represents. So now you know how to create and name variables in JavaScript. Keep practicing and improve your skills to become proficient in coding. Happy coding. Hello everybody, my name is Naushad and today we are going to learn about data type. In this lesson, we will learn about the various types of values that JavaScript can work with and how we can use them in our code. In JavaScript, every value is associated with a specific type. Imagine types as different categories that classify the value. For example, a value can belong to the string type, which represent text, or the number type, which represent the numerical value. Now JavaScript has a total of 8 basic data types. Don't worry, we won't cover all the nitty-gritty details right now, but I will give you a general overview, and in our upcoming lessons we will explore each type in depth. So let's talk about variables. Variable is like a container that can hold different types of data. It is pretty cool because you can put a string inside a variable at a one moment and later change its content to a number without any problem. For example, see how the variable message first held the string hello and later changed its value to the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In JavaScript, we have the freedom to switch the type of value that variable stores, making it a dynamically typed language. This means that although we do have specific data type, variables are not restricted to any particular type. It gives us a lot of flexibility in how we write our code. So remember, in JavaScript, values have type and we can store different types of value in variables. This knowledge will lay the foundation for our upcoming lessons, where we will explore each data type in more detail. Now we're going to talk about numbers. In JavaScript, numbers are used to represent both whole numbers like 1, 2, 3 and number with decimal points like 12.345. We can do all sort of cool things with numbers such as multiplying them, dividing them, adding them, subtracting them, and more. Now besides regular numbers, there are some special numeric values we need to know about. The first one is infinity. Infinity is like a never-ending number. It's greater than any other number we can imagine. We can get infinity as a result of dividing any number by 0 or simply by referring to it direct just like this. The next specific value is nan, which stands for not a number. This happens when we try to do an incorrect or undefined mathematical operations like dividing a non-numbers by 2. For example, now here's something interesting about nan. It's sticky. What that means is that any further mathematical operation we try to do with nan will also result in nan. Just take a look over this as well. If there is a nan somewhere in a mathematical expression, it will propagate to a whole result, except for one exception. Nan raised to the power of 0 is 1. Now let's talk about mathematical operations are safe. The good news is that doing math in JavaScript is safe. We can perform various operations like dividing by 0 or treating non-numeric string as numbers without the script coming to a halt with an error. Instead, in the worst case, we will get nan as a result. Keep in mind that these special numeric values formally belong to the numbers type, even though they aren't typically numbers as we usually think of them. In our upcoming lessons on numbers, we will explore more about how to work with numbers in JavaScript. So let's get ready to have some fun with maths in our code. Now let's talk about big init. Now you have already know that in JavaScript the number type can represent integers up to a certain limit, which is 2 to the power 53 minus 1 or this digit. If we go beyond this limit, there can be a precision error because the fixed 64-bit storage can hold all the digits. So although JavaScript can technically store large numbers up to this value, it won't be precise for very big integers outside the safe range. For example, if we try to add 1 or 2 to the maximum safe integer, JavaScript will give us the same result because it can't represent the exact value for such large numbers. For example, and now sometimes in programming, we need to work with really big integers, bigger than what the number type can handle. That's what BigInit come to the rescue. BigInit is a special type recently added to JavaScript and it allows us to represent an integer of any line. To create a BigInit, we simply add an end at the end of the number. For example, now the exciting part is that BigInit can handle huge number like this without any precision error. Now I know that BigInit might not be needed for most of our coding tasks, but in situations where we require ultra big integers like in cryptography or microsecond precision timestamp, BigInit comes extremely useful. Okay, let's talk about strings. In JavaScript, a string is a sequence of characters and it always surrounded by quotes. There are three types of quotes we can use to define strings: double quotes, single quotes, backticks. Now double and single quotes are pretty much the same in JavaScript. We can use either of them to create strings and it won't make much of a difference. But here is where backticks stands out. Backticks give us some super cool functionality. We can emp variables and expressions right into a string by wrapping them in this. Let me show you some example. The expression inside $ curly braces get evaluated and result become a part of the string. This is fantastic because we can put anything inside the backtext, variables, arithmetic expressions like 1 plus 2 or even more complex things. But remember, this embedding magic can only be done with backtext. Double and single quote don't have this awesome functionality. Let's give another example. Okay, now let's talk about no character type in JavaScript. Now just a quick note, in JavaScript there is no specific character type like in some other languages. Here, every individual character is treated as a string. So whether you have an empty string or string with one character or a string with many characters, they are all considered strings. We will learn more about strings in our upcoming videos dedicated only to string. But for now, remember the magic of backticks and how they allow us to make our string more dynamic and fun. Now let's talk about Boolean. Boolean type has only two values, true and false. Think of it as a switch with two positions, on and off. And in our case, yes and no. We commonly use Boolean to store information like yes, it is correct, or no, it is incorrect. It is like when we answer questions with a simple yes or no. Let's see some examples. You see, we can use Boolean to represent situation where we have two clear outcomes. But wait, there is more. Boolean values can also come as a result of comparison. Imagine we have a comparison like this. The comparison 4 is greater than 1 asks, is 4 greater than 1? And the answer is true because 4 is indeed greater than 1. So the variable is greater, get assigned the value true. And guess what? We can also use Boolean with logical operators to make even more complex decision in our code. But don't worry, we will cover that in depth in our video logical operators. So to sum it up, Booleans are like our little helpers when we want to represent yes or no, true or false situation, and they play a crucial role in making decision in our program. In our next lesson or logical operator, we will dive deeper into how to use Boolean to make our code even smarter. Until then, practice using true and false in your code and have fun coding. Okay, now let's talk about null. Now we have learned about various data types like numbers, strings, and booleans, but null is a bit different. It's not part of any of those types we discussed before. Null is a unique value that stands on its own. It represents the idea of nothing, empty, or value unknown. Let's see some examples. Here the variable age is assigned the value null. It is like saying we don't know the age at the moment, so we use null to represent this unknown value. Now it's important to note that in JavaScript, null is not the same as a reference to a non-existing object. or a null pointer, like in some other programming languages. It is just a special value that denotes the absence of any meaningful data. So whenever you see null in your code, think of it as a placeholder for we don't know or there is nothing here yet. It can be handy when we need to initialize a variable but don't have a specific value to assign it at the moment. As we continue our journey in JavaScript, we will encounter null in different situations and you will get more comfortable using it. Just remember, null is all about represent nothingness or an unknown state in our program. Okay, now let's talk about undefined. Much like null, undefined also has its own unique place. It represents a value that is not assigned to a variable. Let us see an example to understand it better. Here we have a variable called age that has been declared but not yet assigned any value. In this case, the value of age is undefined. Now technically, we can explicitly assign undefined to a variable like this. But, and this is important, we generally don't recommend doing that. Instead, we usually use null to assign an empty or unknown value to a variable. The undefined value is reserved as a default initial value for things that haven't been assigned yet. So whenever you see undefined, think of it as a signal that the variable is there but hasn't been given any specific value yet. As we continue learning JavaScript, you will encounter undefined in various situations and it will become a familiar friend. But remember, it is best to use null for assigning an empty value, while undefined is used as a default for unassigned things. Okay, now let's talk about objects and symbols. So we have learned about different data types like number, string, boolean, null, and undefined. All of them are called primitive types because they can only store a single value at a time, like a number or a string. But hold on to our hats because objects are a bit different and super spatial. Objects allows us to store collective of data and more complex entities. Think of them as containers that can hold various pieces of information together. Now, because objects are so important and powerful, we will give them a dedicated video called Objects in our advanced tutorial. But don't worry, we will get there after we have learned more about the other primitive type. Oh, and I can't forget to mention that symbols type. Symbols are used to create unique identifier for objects, special keys that can be used to access specific properties in an object. But don't worry too much about symbols right now, and we will delve into all the details once we have covered objects in more depth. So to sum it up, objects are like cool data containers that can hold more complex information, and they are super important in JavaScript. We will give them special attention in our upcoming videos in our advanced tutorial dedicated entirely to them. But before that, let's continue exploring the other data type. And when the time is right, we will unlock the secret of object and symbols together. So stay curious and let's keep learning JavaScript. Okay, now let's talk about the type of operator. The type of operator helps us find out the type of a value. It is like a detective that tells us whether a value is a number, a string, a boolean, and so on. It is super useful when we want to handle different types of data differently or need to do quick check in our code. Let's see some example.
Now let me explain the last three lines a bit more. The result of type of math is object. Don't worry, we'll learn more about math and object in video about numbers. Surprisingly, the result of type of null is object, but this is actually a mistake in JavaScript from its early days, and it is kept that way for compatibility reasons. Don't worry, we know that null is not an object, it's a special value when it is with its own type. When we use type of on an alert function, it gives a function. Functions are actually a type of object, but type of treats them differently when says function. This behavior might not be technically correct, but it is practical for us. By the way, you might see type of used with parentheses like type of parentheses and inside there's a value. But don't worry, it's just the same without parentheses. The parentheses here are just for grouping, and some people use them for stylistic reason. So now you are all set. As we continue our JavaScript journey, we will focus on the primitive data type first. Once we are comfortable with them, we will dive into the exciting world of the object and learn how to work with more complex data structure in our advanced tutorial. So let's start with the basic and get ready for some amazing adventure in JavaScript. My name is Naushad. Thank you for watching. See you in our next video. Hello everybody. Today we are going to explore how we can interact with user using browser as our demo environment. We will learn about three useful functions: alert, prompt, and confirm. The alert function allows us to display a message in a pop-up window. It's like a little message box that appears on the screen, and it waits for the user to press the OK button. Here is an example. When you run this code, a mini window known as a Moodle window will appear. The word Moodle means that the user can't interact with the rest of the page or click other buttons until they deal with the window. In this case, the user needs to press OK or close the alert. The alert function is handy when we want to show important information or give instruction to the user. And because it's a pop-up, it grabs the user intention, making sure they don't miss our message. So let's remember the alert function and use it wisely to communicate with our user effectively. A prompt function allows us to create a pop-up window with a text message, an input field, and two buttons, OK and cancel. Here is the syntax of prompt function. This is the text that will be displayed to the user as a message or question. This is an optional second parameter, and it represents the initial value of the input field. Now the best part in that the user can type something in the input field and press OK to give us their answer. Whatever they type will be stored in the result variable, but if they decide to cancel the input by pressing cancel or hitting the escape key, then null will be stored in the result variable. Let's see an example. This will show a message based on the user input. In this example, the prompt function will display the question, "How old are you?" in the pop-up window, along with an input field. The default value for the input field is set to 100, so the user can either type their age or simply press OK to accept the default value. However, there is something special we need to remember when dealing with Internet Explorer. If we don't provide a default value for the input field, Internet Explorer will insert the text undefined into the prompt, which doesn't look great. To make sure our prompt looks good in Internet Explorer, we should always provide the second argument, even if it is an empty string. So let us practice using the prompt function to create interactive experience and gather input from our user. The confirm function is an awesome way to ask user for their confirmation or decision. It creates a pop-up window with a question and two buttons, OK and cancel. Here is the syntax for the confirm function. This is the text that will be displayed on as the question to the user. Now the exciting part is that the user can either press the OK button or the cancel button to respond to our question. And based on their choice, we get the result. If the user press OK, the confirm function will return true, but if they click cancel, it will return false. In this example, the confirm function will display the question, "Are you the boss?" in the pop-up window. If the user clicks OK, the variable isBoss will become true, but if they click cancel, it will become false. Using confirm is a fantastic way to make sure the user is sure about the decision before proceeding with certain action in our code. So let's keep using confirm to create engaging and interactive experience for our users. Let's take an overview. Let's do a quick summary of what we have learned about three special functions that allow us to interact with visitors in the browser. Alert. This function shows a message to the user in a pop-up window. It's like a little message box that displays important information. Prompt. With this function, we can show a pop-up window with the message asking the user to input some text. It's great for getting information from the user, like the names or age. If the user clicked the OK button, after entering text, we get the text they entered, but if they click the cancel button or hit the escape key, we get null. Confirm. The function is awesome for getting a yes or no answer from the user. It shows a pop-up window with a message and two buttons, OK and cancel. If the user clicks OK, we get true. But if they click cancel or hit the escape key, we get false. Remember, all these functions are modal, which means they pause the script execution and don't allow the user to interact with the rest of the page until they deal with the pop-up window. Now, there are two things we need to know about these functions. The exact location of the pop-up window is determined by the browser, usually appearing in the center of the screen. We can't change the look of the pop-up window, it depends on the browser. But don't worry about this limitation. These methods work perfectly fine for most situations. There are fancier ways to create custom pop-up windows, but these functions are simple and effective for our need. So let's use alert, prompt, and confirm to create engaging and interactive experience in our JavaScript program. Keep practicing and let's continue our exciting journey into the world of JavaScript. Happy coding! Today's topic is type conversion in programming. In most cases, operators and functions automatically handle conversion to the right data type. For example, alert converts value to strings, while mathematical operations converts value to numbers. However, there are situations where we need to explicitly convert a value to a specific type. It's a useful skill to have in coding, and I'll guide you through it. String conversion. Today we are going to explore string conversion in programming. String conversion is a process of obtaining the string form of a value. For example, when we use the alert function to display a value, it automatically converts it into a string to show it on the screen.
Let's go to our editor. Here I'm going to create a new file with typeconversion.html. Trying to save this on my desktop. HTML tab. Here I'm going to write type conversion. Coming to the body part, writing script tag. Oops, sorry. I'm going to write let value equals true, let type value, boolean, value string. Now value is a string, true, alert type of value, string. Let's execute it, boolean string.
Additionally, we can use the string value function explicitly to convert a value to a string. For example, if we have a variable value with the value true, which is a boolean type, calling string value will convert it into a string true. The result of string conversion is usually straightforward. For instance, false become a string false, nulls become a string null, and so on. It's a useful concept to know in programming, and it will become clearer as we work through examples together. Numeric conversion. Let's delve into numeric conversion in programming. Numeric conversion is the process of automatically converting values to number in mathematical functions and expressions. For example, when we use the division operator / with non-numbers represent as strings such as 6 divided by 2, the strings are automatically converted to numbers, resulting in the answer 3. If we need to explicitly convert a value to a number, we can use the number values functions. For example, if we have a variable string with the value 1, 2, 3, which is a string, calling number string will convert it into a numeric value 1, 2, 3. Explicit numeric conversion is commonly necessary when we read values from text-based sources like a text form but expect numerical input. However, if the string cannot be converted to a valid number, the result of the conversion will be nan, not a number. Here are some numeric conversion rules. Undefined becomes nan, null becomes 0, true becomes 1, and false becomes 0. For string leading to a trailing white space are removed. If the remaining string is empty after removing white spaces, the result is 0. Otherwise, the number is read from the string. An error while reading a number gives nan. Here are some examples. Important note, null becomes 0 during numeric conversion while undefined becomes nan. Most mathematical operators also perform automatic numeric conversion, and we will explore this further in the next chapter. Understanding these numeric conversion rules will be helpful as we progress in our coding journey. Boolean conversion. Let's talk about Boolean conversion in programming. Boolean conversion is the simplest type of conversion. It occurs in logical operators, which we will learn about later when we encounter condition, test, and similar concepts. Additionally, we can explicitly perform Boolean conversion using the Boolean function. Here is the conversion rule. Values that are considered empty, such as 0 or an empty string, null, undefined, and nan, becomes false. Other values become true. For example, please note in JavaScript, a string containing 0 is considered true, unlike some other languages like PHP where 0 is treated as false in Boolean context. JavaScript treats any non-empty string as true. Here are some examples to illustrate this. Understanding Boolean conversion is essential for working with conditional statements and logical operations, which we will cover in more detail later in our learning journey. Let's take an overview of what we have learned so far. String conversion occurs when we output something, can be performed with strings value. The conversion to a string is usually straightforward. For primitive values, numeric conversion occurred in mathematical operations, can be performed with numeric number. Conversion, the number value. The conversion follows specific rules. Undefined become nan, null becomes 0, true become 1, and false becomes 0. For string, leading and trailing white spaces are ignored, and an empty string becomes 0. An error during conversion gives nan. Boolean conversion occurs in logical operations, can be performed with Boolean value. The conversion follows simple rule: 0, null, undefined, and an empty string becomes false. Any other value becomes true. Most of these rules are easy to understand and remember. However, there are a couple of notable exceptions where people often make mistakes. Please note that the rules discussed here apply to primitive values. Objects have their own set of conversion rules, which we will cover later in the chapter on object to primitive conversion, after we have learned more basic concepts about JavaScript. Let's dive into basic operators and mathematics in JavaScript.
We are already familiar with many operators from school, such as addition, multiplication, and subtraction. Throughout this video, we will begin with these simple operators, and then we will shift our focus to JavaScript specific aspects that go beyond basic arithmetic taught in school. We will explore various functionalities and concepts related to operators in the context of JavaScript. Before we proceed further, let's get familiar with some common terms related to operators. An operand refers to what operators are applied to. For example, in the expression 5 multiplied by 2, there are two operands. The left operand is 5 and the right operand is 2. Sometimes people may use the term arguments instead of operands. An operator is considered unary if it has a single operand. For example, the unary negation reverses the sign of a number. For example, an operator is binary if it has two operands. The subtraction operator is an example of a binary operator that subtracts one value from another. For example, in these examples we have two different operators that share the same symbol. The negation operator is a unary operator that reverses the sign of a number, while the subtraction operator is a binary operator that subtracts one number from another. Understanding these terms will be crucial as we explore various operators and their functionalities in JavaScript. Let's explore the math operations supported in JavaScript. Addition. This operator adds two values together. Subtraction. This operator subtracts the right operand from the left operand. Multiplication. This operator multiplies two values together. Division. This operator divides the left operand by the right operand. Remainder. The remainder operator gives the remainder of the integer division of the left operand by the right operand. Please don't get confused with the sign of a remainder, which is a percentage sign. For example, just like in mathematics, the exponentiation operator is defined for non-integer numbers as well. For example, for instance, taking a square root is equivalent to an exponentiation by 1 over 2. For example, These mathematical operations will be useful as we proceed with more complex computation and problem solvings in JavaScript. Let's explore string concatenation using the binary plus operator in JavaScript. Normally, the plus operator sums number. However, if the binary plus is applied to strings, it concatenates them together. For example, if any of the operands is a string, then the other one is also converted to a string. For example, as you can see, it doesn't matter whether the first operand is a string or the second one. The result will be a concatenated string. Here is a more complex example to understand the order of operations. In this case, operator work from left to right. The first plus sign sums two numbers, returning 4, then the next plus adds the string 1 to it, resulting in 41. For example, here the first operand is a string. The compiler treats the other two operands as string 2. The number 2 gets concatenated to 1, resulting in 1, 2, and then 12 gets concatenated to the next number 2 again, 122. It's important to note that the binary plus is the only operator that supports string in this way. Other arithmetic operators work only with numbers and always convert their operands to numbers. For example, understanding how the binary plus operator behaves with string will be useful as you work with more complex expressions and manipulate data in JavaScript. Let's explore numeric conversion using the unary plus operator in JavaScript. The plus operator exists in two forms, the binary form, as we have seen before, and the unary form. The unary plus, when applied to a single value, doesn't do anything to numbers. However, if the operand is not a number, then unary plus converts it into a number. For example, it essentially does the same thing as using numbers, but the unary plus is shorter and more convenient. The need to convert string to number arises very often. For example, when getting values from HTML form field, they are usually strings. If we want to sum them as numbers, we need to convert them first. For example,
From the mathematician's perspective, the abundance of unary pluses may seem strange, but from a programmer's standpoint, there is nothing special. The unary plus is applied first, converting string to number, and then the binary plus sums them up. The reason unary plus are applied to values before the binary ones is due to the higher precedence in the order of operations. This allows us to convert values to numbers before performing any other arithmetic operations. Understanding this behavior of the unary plus will be helpful as we work with different data type and perform calculations in JavaScript. Let's explore operator precedence in JavaScript. Operator precedence determine the order in which operators are executed. When an expression contains more than one operator, the default priority order to operators is based on their precedence. For example, in the expression 1 plus 2 multiplied by 2, the multiplication should be calculated before the addition. This is because the multiplication operator has a higher precedence than the addition operator. Parentheses. Parentheses can be used to override the default precedence and change the execution order. For instance, 1 plus 2 in bracket multiplied by 2 ensures that the addition is performed first. In JavaScript, each operator has a corresponding precedence number. Operators with higher precedence are executed before those with lower precedence. If two operators have the same precedence, the execution order is from left to right. Here is a simplified extract from the precedence table. You don't need to memorize this. As we can see, the unary plus has a higher precedence, 14, and the addition binary plus, which has the precedence of 11. Consequently, in the expression plus apple plus oranges, the unary plus are executed first before the addition operations. Understanding operator precedence is crucial for writing complex expressions and ensuring that the calculations are performed in the intended order. However, it is not necessary to memorize the precedence table, as using parentheses can always be employed to explicitly specify the order of operation. Let's explore the concept of assignment as an operator in JavaScript. The assignment operator is listed in the precedence tables with a variety low priority of 2. This means that when we use the assignment operator in an expressions like x equals 2 multiplied by 2 plus 1, the calculation is performed first, and then the assignment is evaluated, storing the final result in the variable x. For example, one interesting application of the assignment operator being an actual operator is that all operators in JavaScript returns a value, including the assignment operator. When we use an assignment like x equals value, it writes the value into x and then returns it. This means that we can use assignment as part of more complex expressions, and the result of the assignment can be further used for evaluation. For example, in this example, the result of the expression a equals b plus 1 is the value which was assigned to a, which is 3. It is then used for further evaluation. Although chaining assignment is possible, it is important to prioritize readability and clarity in our code. Chain assignment evaluate from right to left. For example, The rightmost expression 2 plus 2 is evaluated first, and then its value is assigned to the variable from right to left, C, B, and A. While chaining assignment can be used, it is generally better to split such code into separate lines for better readability. For example, this approach is easier to read, especially when quickly scanning the code. Prioritizing clear and readable code is essential for maintaining and understanding code bases, especially when collaborating with others or working on larger projects. Let's explore the concept of modify in place using the modify and assign operator in JavaScript. Often we need to apply an operator to a variable and store the new result back in the same variable. For example, this notation can be shortened using the modify and assign operator, like plus equals and multiply equal. For example, these modify and assign operators exist for all arithmetic and bitwise operators. The modify and assign operator have the same precedence as a normal assignment, so they run after most other calculation. For example, by using modify and assign operator, we can perform operation more clearly and avoid redundant code. These operators are particularly helpful when working with variables and need to update the value based on calculation and other data transformation. Let's explore increment and decrement operators in JavaScript. The increment increases a variable by 1, while decrement decreases a variable by 1. For example, it is important to note that increment and decrement can only be applied to variables. Attempting to use them on a value like 5 will result in an error. The increment and decrement operator can be placed either before or after a variable. When an operator goes after the variable, it is in a postfix form, such as counter plus plus. The prefix form is when the operator goes before the variable, like plus plus counter. Both of these statements do the same thing, increase counter by 1. However, there is a little difference between the two forms, and we can see it when we use the returned value of double plus or double minus. In the prefix form, the operator increment the variable and return the new value. In the postfix form, the operator increment the variable but return the old value. Let's take an example to illustrate the difference. In this example, the prefix form counter and return the new value, which is 2, so the alert shows 2. In this example, the postfix form increments counter but returns the old values, so the alert shows 1. Overview. If the result of increment-decrement is not used, there is no difference in which form to use. If we want to increase a value and immediately use the result of the operator, we need a prefix form. If we want to increment a value but use its previous value, we need the postfix form. Increment and decrement operator can also be used inside expressions, and their precedence is higher than most other arithmetic operations. While using increment and decrement operator inside expression is technically fine, it is generally recommended to follow a style of one line, one action to improve code readability and maintainability. This way, code is easier to understand and avoid potential confusion caused by compact notations. Let's explore comma operators in JavaScript. The comma operator is one of the most rarest and most unusual operator. It allows us to evaluate several expressions, dividing them with a comma. Each expression is evaluated, but only the result of the last expression is returned. For example, in this example, the expression 1 plus 2 is evaluated, but its result is discarded. Then 3 plus 4 is evaluated, and its result 7 is returned as the final value stored in the variable a. It is essential to note that the comma operator has very low precedence, even lower than the assignment operator. Therefore, when using the comma operator, it is crucial to use parentheses to control the order of evaluation. For instance, without parentheses, a equals 1 plus 2, comma 3 plus 4 will evaluate plus first summing the number into a equals 3, then evaluate 7, but the result of 7 is ignored and a remains 3. It would be like a equals 1 plus 2, comma 3 plus 4. The primary use of the comma operator is to put multiple expressions together on one line. For example, it can be used to more complex constructs as shown in this for loop. While such tricks are used in some JavaScript framework and libraries to save space, they may not always improve code readability. Therefore, it is important to think carefully and consider the impact on code readability before using the comma operator for complex constructs. In general, it is better to prioritize code clarity and maintainability over using complex expressions or compact notations. Comparison. Let's explore comparison in JavaScript. Comparison operators in JavaScript are similar to those in mathematics. Please note that the double equality sign means an equality test, while a single one, such as A equals B, means an assignment. In mathematics, the notation is cross-equal, but in JavaScript, it's written as A exclamation mark equals B. In JavaScript, comparisons are used to evaluate expressions and determine whether certain conditions are true or false. For example,
Let's explore how comparisons operators return Boolean values in JavaScript. All comparison operators in JavaScript return a Boolean value. True means yes, correct, or the truth. False means no, wrong, or not the truth. For example, the result of a comparison can also be assigned to a variable, just like any other value. For example, in this example, the variable result is assigned the value true as the comparison 5 greater than 4 is true. The value of result is then alerted showing true. Comparison results are essential in conditional statement. For example, if, else, while, etc. To control the flow of the program based on specific conditions, by evaluating the result of a comparison, you can make your code more dynamic and responsive to different scenarios. Let's explore string comparisons in JavaScript. To compare strings, JavaScript uses a dictionary or lexicographical order, which mean strings are compared letter by letter. The algorithm to compare two strings are just like this. Compare the first character of both strings. If the first character from the first string is greater or less than the other strings, then the first string is greater or less than the second, and we are done. Otherwise, if both string first character are the same, compare the second character the same way. Repeat until the end of either string. If both strings end at the same length, then they are equal. Otherwise, the longer string is considered greater. For example, in the first example, the comparison z is greater than a gets a result of the first step because z is greater than a. In the second example, Glow and Lee are compared character by character, and the third step, O is greater than E. Therefore, the first string Glow is considered greater. It is essential to note that JavaScript uses Unicode order to compare strings. As a consequence, case matters. A capital letter A is not equal to the lowercase a. In Unicode, the lowercase character has a greater index, so the lowercase a is considered greater. For example, understanding how string comparison work in JavaScript is crucial for correctly handling strings in your code, especially when dealing with different letter cases and language with specific sorting rules. Let's explore the comparison by different types in JavaScript. When comparing values of different types, JavaScript converts the value to numbers. For example,
In these examples, JavaScript converts the string value 2 and 01 to number 2 and 1 respectively before performing the comparison. Similarly, when comparing Boolean values, true becomes 1 and false becomes 0. For example, true equals 1. In this example, the Boolean value true is equal to the number 1 and the Boolean value false is equal to number 0. This can lead to some funny consequences when comparing different types. For example, in this example, A is the number 0, which is considered false in Boolean context. On the other hand, B is the string 0, which is considered true in Boolean context. Despite the different Boolean value, A and B are considered equal when using the equality order. This is because the equality check converts both values to number before making the comparison. So both A and B becomes 0. From JavaScript's standpoint, this result is quite normal, as it follows the rules of numeric conversion and explicit Boolean conversion. However, it's essential to be aware of these convergent behaviors, as they can lead to unexpected results when comparing values of different types. To ensure more predictable comparison, you can use a strict equality operator which checks both the values and the data type. Let's explore the concept of strict equality in JavaScript. The regular equality operator has a glitch where it cannot differentiate between 0 and false. For example, similarly, an empty string is also considered equal to false. For example, this happens because operators of different types are converted to numbers by the equality operator. Both false and an empty strings are converted to 0, which results in the comparison being true. To overcome this behavior and check for equality without type conversion, we can use strict equality operator to check whether the values are equal and of the same data type. If the operands are of different types, immediately returns false without attempting any conversion. For example, similarly, it is a strict non-equality operator which checks for inequality without type conversion. For example, the strict equality operator is slightly longer to write compared to the regular equality operator, but it makes the comparison more explicit and leaves less room for unexpected behavior or errors. It is generally recommended to use the strict equality operator whenever possible, as it helps ensure more predictable and accurate comparison in JavaScript. Let's explore the comparison involving null and undefined in JavaScript. For a strict equality check, null and undefined are different since they are of different types. For example, However, for a non-strict equality check, null and undefined are considered equal to each other, but not to any other values. For mathematical and other comparison, null and undefined are converted to numbers. Nulls become 0, while undefined becomes nan, which is not a number. Now let's look at some comparison and the result. The first comparison, nulls greater than 0 is false because null is converted to a number and 0 is not greater than 0. The second comparison, equal 0 is also false because the equality check for undefined and null is defined to be true only when comparing them to each other. The third comparison, null greater than or equal to 0 is true because null is converted to a number 0 and 0 is equal to 0. Now let's look at undefined comparison. All three comparisons return false because undefined is converted to nan, and nan is a special numeric value that returns false for all comparisons. To avoid problem with these comparisons involving null and undefined, it is essential to treat any comparison with undefined, null, except the strict equality, with exceptional care. Be cautious when using comparison. Be careful when using comparison greater equal, greater or less, and less equal, with a variable that may be null or undefined, unless you are sure of what you are doing. If a variable can have these values, check for them separately to avoid unexpected results and potential bugs. Overview. Comparison operator in JavaScript return a Boolean value, either true or false. When comparing strings, JavaScript uses the dictionary order, comparing the character letter by letter. When comparing values of different types, JavaScript converts them to number, except for strict equality check using equal equal equal. The value null and undefined are considered equal when using the non-strict equality operator, double equal, but they do not equal any other value. Be careful when using comparison operators like greater, less than, or less than equal, or less than equal or greater equal, with variables that may occasionally be null or undefined. Checking for null or undefined separately is a good practice to avoid unexpected result and potential. Thank you for watching. Take care. See you in the next video. Hello everybody, my name is Nausha, and today we are going to talk about conditional branching. Sometimes we need to perform different action based on different condition. To do that, we can use the if statement and a conditional operator, which is a question mark sign. That is also called a question mark operator. Now let's talk about the if statement. The if statements allows us to make decision in our code based on certain condition. Let's start with a simple example. Imagine we have a variable called year and we want to check if the value of the year is equal to 2015. We can use the if statement to do that. Here is how it looks. In this example, we are using the prompt function to ask the user for input. Whenever the user enters, will be stored in the variable year. Then the if statement checks if year is equal to 2015. If the condition is true, it will display you are right using the alert function. But if statement can do more than that. We can have multiple statements executed under certain condition. To do that, we use curly braces to create a code block. Here is an example. In this case, if year is equal to 2015, it will display both that is correct and you are so smart using the alert function. Lastly, I want to share a helpful tip with you. Whenever you use the if statement, it is good practice to wrap your code block with curly braces, even if you have only one statement. This improves the readability of your code and helps prevent errors. So that's the if statement. It is a powerful tool that allows us to make decisions and control the flow of our program based on different conditions. Now let's practice using the if statement in our code. If you have any questions, you can reach me on my email so I can help you out or my team can help you out with this. Now let's talk about Boolean conversion. Boolean conversion is the process of converting any value into a Boolean, either true or false. Let's review the conversion rules. A number 0 or an empty string, null, undefined, and none all become false. We call them falsy values. Other values become true, so we call them truly. Now let's see how the if statement uses this conversion. We use the if statement to check whether a condition is true or false. If the expression inside the parenthesis is truly, the code inside the if block will be executed. If it is falsy, the code won't be executed. Let us look at some example. But what if we already have a Boolean value and want to use it in the if statements? Well, we can do that too. We can pass a pre-evaluated Boolean value to the if statement like this. So in this example, the variable cond holds the result of the comparison, which is either true or false. Then we use the if condition to check whether con is truly or falsy and execute the code accordingly. Remember, understanding Boolean conversion is essential when working with conditions and decision making in our program. So practice using the if statement with different conditions and you will become a master of control flow in no time. Okay, now let's talk about the else clause. The else block is optional and comes after the if block. It is executed when the condition inside the if statement is falsy. Let's understand this with an example. In this code, we ask the user for input with the prompt function and store it in the variable year. Then we use an if statement to check that the value of year. If it is true, we execute the code inside the if block and show the message. You guessed it right. However, if the condition is false, the code inside the else block will be executed and the message, how can you be so wrong, will be shown. This way, we can provide different outcome based on whether the condition is true or false. It's like making a decision based on the user's input or some other condition in our program. So keep practicing using the else clause with the if statement. Now let's talk about several condition else if. This allows us to test multiple variants of a condition. Let's take a look at this example. So in this code, we prompt the user to input a year and store it in the variable year. Then we use the if statement with multiple conditions. If the value of year is less, it executes the code inside the first if block and shows the message too early. If the first condition is false, it goes to the next condition, else if, and executes the code inside the block. In this case, it shows the message too late. If both the first and second condition are false, it executes the code inside the else block and show the message exactly. Remember that the else if clause allows us to test additional condition without creating nested if statement, making our code more organized and readable. You can add more else if block if needed, depending on the complexity of your condition. Just ensure that the final else capture any other scenarios that haven't been covered by the previous condition. Keep practicing with the else if clause. Now let's talk about conditional operator. Let's explore a shorter and simpler way to assign variable based on conditional using a conditional or question mark operator. Take a look at this example. In this code, we prompt the user to input their age and store it in the variable age. Then we use the if statement to check if the value of age is greater than 18, depending on the result. We assign either true or false to the variable access allowed. Now let's achieve the same result using the conditional operator. Here the syntax of conditional operator is condition question mark operator value 1 value 2. If the condition age is greater than 18 is true, it returns value 1, which is true. Otherwise it returns value 2, which is false. We can omit the parenthesis around age greater than 18 as the condition operator has low precedence and executes after the comparison operator. However, adding parentheses makes the code more readable, so it's recommended to use them. Furthermore, in this specific example, the comparison age greater than 18 already returned true or false. So we can simplify the code like this. Now the variable x is allowed is directly assigned the result of the comparison age greater than 18, which is either true or false. Using the conditional operators allows us to write more concise and expressive code, making it easier to understand and maintain. Multiple operator. Let's break down the code that use multiple conditional operator to understand how it works. In this code, we prompt the user to input their age and the value is stored in the variable age. Then we use multiple conditional operator to determine the appropriate a message based on the age. The sequence of tests in the conditional operator works like this. The first question mark checks whether age is less than 3. If true, it returns hi baby. Otherwise, it continues to the expression after the colon, checking age is less than 18. The second question mark checks whether age is less than 18. If true, it returns hello. Otherwise, it continues to expression after the next colon, checking age is less than 100. The third question mark checks whether age is less than 100. If true, it returns greeting. Otherwise, it continues to the expression after the last colon, which returns what an unusual age. So depending on the value of age, the corresponding message is assigned to the variable message. This code is equivalent to using an if-else statement, as we can type in this example. Okay, both versions of code achieve the same result, displaying a message based on the user's age. The multiple condition operator provide a more concise way to handle sequential check. Okay, now let's talk about non-traditional use of question mark operator. Let's discuss the non-traditional use of question mark operator and how it compared to using if statement for conditional execution. Let's write an example. In this code, we prompt the user to enter the name of the company that created JavaScript, and the value is stored in the variable company. Then the question mark operator is used to execute different code based on the condition. If the condition is true, the expression after the question mark operator is executed will display the message right. Otherwise, the expression after the colon is executed, which displays the message wrong. Using the question mark operator in this way allows us to execute different code based on a condition without assigning a result to a variable. It is a concise way to handle simple cases, but it comes at the cost of readability. Let's see the equivalent code using an if statement. In this version, we use the if statement to achieve the same functionality. The code is more readable because the if statement allows us to use code block that span several lines. This vertical layout is easier to understand than a long horizontal instruction set. While the non-traditional use of the question mark operator may be appealing to some programmers due to its conciseness, it is generally not recommended. It is better to use the question mark operator for returning one value or another based on a condition, and use if statement when you need to execute different branches of code. By following good coding practice and writing readable code, your program will be easier to maintain and understand. So keep practicing with both if statement and question mark operator, and choose the right tool for the job in different situation. If you have any question, feel free to ask. My name is Naushad. Thank you for watching. Hello everybody, my name is Naushad, and today we are going to learn about logical operators. There are 4 logical operators in JavaScript: or, and, not, and nullish coalescing. Here we cover the first 3. The nullish operator is in the next video. Although they are all called logical, they can be applied to value of any type, not only Boolean. The result can also be of any type. Okay, first we're going to start with OR operator. Let's understand the OR operator represents by the double vertical line symbols in JavaScript. In classical programming, the logical OR is used to manipulate Boolean value. If any of its argument is true, it returns true. Otherwise, it returns false. In JavaScript, the OR operator has some additional behavior. When dealing with Boolean values, there are 4 possible logical combinations. True, true becomes true. False, true becomes true. True, false becomes true. False, false becomes false. As you can see, the result is always true except when both operators are false. Now here comes the interesting part. If an operand is not a Boolean, JavaScript converts it to a Boolean value for evaluation. The number 1 is treated as true and the number 0 as false. In this example, the condition 1 or 0 evaluate to true because at least one of the operand is true and one is truthy, so the alert truthy is displayed. In most cases, the OR operator is used in an if statement to test if any of the given condition is true. For example, in this code, if the variable r is less than 10 or greater than 18, the alert will display the office is closed. We can also pass multiple conditions to the OR operator. Just take a look. Here the alert will be displayed if the R is less than 10, greater than 18, and if it is weakened is true. So in summary, the OR operator in JavaScript returns true if any of its operands are true. It's often used in if statement to check multiple conditions and execute code blocks accordingly. Remember that non-Boolean values are converted to Boolean for evaluation, and this behavior can be useful in certain scenarios. OR operator find the first truly value. Okay, now let's explore the additional feature of the OR operator in JavaScript. The OR operator evaluate operand from left to right and step as soon as it finds the truly value. If no truly value is found, it returns the last operand. Here is how it works with multiple OR values. It evaluates each operand from left to right, convert each operand to a Boolean. If the result is true, it stops and returns the original value of that operand. If all operands are false, it returns the last operand. A value is returned in its original form without any conversion. Let's give it a try. Now this behavior allows us to use the OR operator to select the first truly value from a list of variables or expression. For example, in this example, it selects the first truly value from first name, last name, and nickname, and if all are falsy, it shows anonymous. Another feature of OR operator is called short circuit evaluation. It means that the OR operator stops evaluating the operand as soon as it finds a truly value. This feature is helpful when an operand contains an expression with the side effect, such as a variable assignment or a function call. For example, in the first line, the OR operator stops immediately upon seeing true, so the alert isn't executed. Only the second message gets printed because the OR operator short circuits when it encounters a truly value. This short circuit evaluation is often used to conditionally execute command based on the falsy condition. For example, in this example, getUser is called only if user is falsy, which is null or undefined. If user is true, the OR operator returns user, and getUser is not executed. In summary, the OR operator in JavaScript returns the first truly value from a list of operands. It also features short circuit evaluation, which can be used to conditionally execute commands based on truly or falsy condition. Okay, now let's talk about AND operators. The AND operator in JavaScript returns true if both operands are truly, otherwise it returns false. Here is how it works. If the both operand A and B are truly, it returns true. If any of the operand is falsy, it returns false. In an if statement, the AND operator can be used to combine multiple conditions. For example, in this example, the alert will be shown only if both conditions hour and minutes are true. Any value can be used as an operand of the AND operator, not just Boolean value. It evaluates the operand from left to right and stops as soon as it finds a falsy value. If all operands are true, it returns the last operand. For example, in this case, an AND operator evaluates 1 first and then 0. Since both operands are not true, the condition is falsy and the alert won't be executed. The AND operator is often used in combination with the OR operator and negation. It creates complex conditional expression. It provides flexibility and allows us for more advanced logic in our code. Now AND finds the first falsy value. The AND operator in JavaScript returns the first falsy value it encounters or the last value if all operands are true. Here is how it works. It evaluates operand from left to right. For each operand, it converts it to a Boolean. If the result is false, it stops and returns the original value of that operand. If all the operands have been evaluated, it returns the last operand. Let's see some example. If there are several values in a row, the first falsy one is returned. When all values are true, the last value is returned. It is important to note that the precedence of AND operator is higher than the OR operator. However, it is not recommended to replace if statement with AND operator, even though it might appear shorter. The purpose of AND operator is to return a value based on the first falsy value encountered. On the other hand, if statements are used to conditionally execute code blocks based on the specific condition. Using if statement provides more clarity and readability to the code. So use if when you want conditional execution and use AND operator when you want to return the first falsy value in the series of expression. Now let's talk about NOT operator. The NOT operator in JavaScript returns the inverse Boolean value of its operand. Here is how it works. It converts the operand to a Boolean type, true or false, it returns the inverse value. For example, the double not operator is sometimes used for converting a value to a Boolean type. For example, in this case, the first not converts the value to a Boolean and returns the inverse, and the second not inverts it again. In the end, we have a plain value to Boolean conversion. Alternatively, we can achieve the same result using the built-in Boolean feature. The precedence of not is highest of all logical operator, so it always executes first before and or operator. So thank you for watching. My name is Naushad. See you in our next video. Hello everybody, my name is Naushad and today we are going to learn about nullish coalescing operator. This is the recent addition to the language. And remember, to run this feature in an old browser, you may need a polyfills. The nullish coalescing operator is written as two question marks. As it treats null and undefined similarly, we will use a special terms here. In this video, for understanding, we will say that the value is defined when it is neither null or undefined. The result of A, B is, if A is defined, then A. If A isn't defined, then B. In other words, two question marks return the first argument if it is not null or undefined, otherwise the second one. The nullish coalescing operator isn't anything completely new, it is just a nice syntax to get the first defined value of the two. We can rewrite result A two question mark B using the operators that we already know, like this. Now it should be absolutely clear what two question mark does. Let's see where it helps. The common use case for two question mark is to provide a default value. For example, here we show user if its value is a null, undefined, otherwise anonymous. Here is the example with the user signed to a name. We can also use sequence of two question marks to select the first value from a list that isn't a null or undefined. Let's say we have a user's data in variable first name, last name, or nickname. All of them may be defined. If the user decided to fill in the corresponding values, we would like to display the username using one of three variables, or show anonymous if all of them are null or undefined. Let's use two question marks operator for this.
Okay, now let's talk about comparison with OR operator. The OR operator can be used similarly to the nullish coalescing operator as described in the previous video. For example, we can replace two question mark with OR operator in the code and still get the same result. Let me show you an example. Historically, the OR operator was available in JavaScript from the beginning, so developers used it for such purposes for a long time. However, the nullish coalescing operator was introduced to JavaScript more recently. The reason for its addition was the developers were not entirely satisfied with the behavior of OR operator. The key difference between them is OR returns the first truth value and nullish coalescing returns the first defined value. In other words, OR does not distinguish between false, zero, and empty string, and even null and undefined. They are all considered false values. If any of these is the first argument of the OR operator, then the second argument is returned as the result. However, in many cases, we may only want to use the default values when the variable is null or undefined, indicating that the value is unknown or not yet set. For example, consider this. On the other hand, height, a nullish operator, then 100, checks if the height is null or undefined, and since it's not, the result is the value of height itself, which is 0. In practice, a height of 0 might be a valid value and should not be replaced with the default value. Therefore, the nullish coalescing operator does just the right thing in this scenario. Now let's talk about the precedence. The nullish coalescing operator has the same precedence as the OR operator. Both have the precedence of 3 in the MDN table. This means that similar to OR, the nullish coalescing operator is evaluated before equal sign and question mark, but after most other operations such as plus, multiply. Therefore, we may need to add parentheses in expressions like this. Without parentheses, the multiply operator would have higher precedence than nullish operator, and it would execute first, leading to incorrect result. When using the nullish coalescing operator together with the AND or OR operator, JavaScript requires explicit parentheses to specify the precedence and avoid syntax error. Without parentheses, it would trigger a syntax error. To work around this limitation, we need to use explicit parentheses. Explicitly adding parentheses ensures that the correct order of evaluation is followed and prevent potential programming mistakes when transitioning from using OR to nullish operator. Thank you for watching. My name is Naushad. See you in our next video. Hello everybody, my name is Naushad, and today we are going to learn about loops in JavaScript. We often need to repeat actions. For example, outputting goods from a list one after the another, or just running the same code for each number 1 to 10. The loops are the way to repeat the same code multiple times. The for, of, and foreign loops. I would like to make a small announcement for advanced learners. This video covers only the basic loops, while, do while, and for loops. We will cover advanced loop functionality in our advanced tutorial once we have a good understanding of basic loops of JavaScript.
Okay, now let's talk about while loops. The while loop in JavaScript allows us to execute a block of code repeatedly while a given condition is true. The syntax is as follows. As long as the condition is true, the code inside the loop body will be executed repeatedly. For example, the following loop will output 0, 1, and 2 because I is incremented with each iteration until I is less than 3 becomes false. Let's check another example. Each execution of the loop body is called an iteration. In this example, the loop runs 3 iterations. It is essential to ensure that the loop's condition eventually becomes falsy. Otherwise, the loops will continue indefinitely. To prevent infinite loops, it is common to update a variable within a loop, so the condition becomes falsy after a certain number of iterations. If we want to check whether a variable is truthy or falsy to control the loop, we can use the variable itself as the loop condition. For example, here the loop will execute as long as I is not 0, and it will output 3, 2, and 1. While decrementing I with each iteration, if the loop body contains only a single statement, we can omit the curly braces. In this case, the loop will work the same way as before, but the curly braces are not necessary for a single line loop body. However, it is generally recommended to use curly braces even for single line bodies to enhance code readability and avoid potential issues with further modifications. Now let's talk about the do-while loops. The do-while loop in JavaScript is similar to the while loop, but with a slight difference in the syntax and behavior. The loop first executes the body and then checks the condition. If the condition is true, it executes the body again and continues to do so as long as the condition remains true. The syntax is as follows. The loop body is executed first, and then the condition is checked. If the condition is true, the loop continues to execute the body again. Let's try another example. Okay, this loop will display 0, 1, and 2 because the loop body is executed first, and only then the condition I is less than 3 is checked. Since the condition is true, in this case the loop repeats until I is less than 3 becomes false. The key difference between the while loop and the do while loop is that the latter ensures that the loop body executes at least once, even if the condition is initially falsy. In contrast, the while loop may not execute at all if the condition is falsy from the start. It is important to use the do while loop when we want to execute the loop body at least once, regardless of the initial condition. Otherwise, if the loop body should only execute based on the condition, the while loop is usually the preferred choice. Okay, now let's come to my one of the favorite for loop. The for loop in JavaScript is a versatile and widely used loop that allows us to execute a block of code repeatedly as long as the given condition remains true. It consists of three parts: the initialization part, which I call begin, the condition part, which is a condition, and the update part, which I call steps. Okay, the loop continues to execute the body as long as the condition parts remain true. The syntax is as follows. Let's break down the component of the for loop. Begin. The begin part executes once upon entering the loop. It is used to initialize the loop variables and perform any other setup that needs to happen before the loop start condition. The condition part is evaluated before each iteration. If the condition is true, the loop body executes. If the condition is false, the loop stops and the program continues without the code following the loop body. The loop body contains the code that is executed repeatedly as long as the condition remains true. Steps. The step part is executed after each iteration. It allows you to update the loop variables or perform any other action that should happen at the each of each iteration. For example, in this example, the loop runs for 3 iterations. The loop variable I is initialized to 0 and the condition I is less than 3 is checked before each iteration. As long as I is less than 3, the loop body executes, showing the value of I, and then the step I++ increments the value of I by 1. It is important to note that the loop variable declared with let inside the for loops parenthesis is scoped to the loop block. It means that the variable I is only visible and accessible within that loop. After the loop, if we try to access I, it will throw an error because the variable is not defined. For example,
Additionally, the for loop allows us to omit any part of it. For example, we can remove the begin part if we have already declared and initialized the loop variable outside the loop. Similarly, we can omit the step part if we want to use a different method to update the loop variable. And we can even create an infinite loop by removing all three parts, although it's essential to be cautious when doing so to prevent potential program. Okay, now let's learn breaking the loop. In JavaScript, the break directive allows us to force the immediate exit from a loop, even if the loop condition is still true. It is used when we need to terminate the loop permanently based on a certain condition. The syntax for using the break directive is simple. Take a look. In the example, we prompt the user to enter a series of numbers, summing them up until the user enters an empty line or cancel the input. In this code, the loop runs infinitely since the condition is set to true. Inside the loop body, we prompt the user for a number. If the user enters an empty line or an empty string or cancels the input, the condition value becomes true and the break directive is executed, causing an immediate exit from the loop. The control flow then continues with the code after the loop, which display the sum of the entered numbers. The combination of an infinite loop and the break directives allows us to implement more flexible and complex loop structures. We can check the loop's condition at any point within the loop body, not just at the beginning or end of the loop. This gives us greater control over when and where the loop should stop executing. However, it is essential to use a break directive, as it can lead to hard to debug code if overused or used improperly. Care should be taken to ensure that the loop termination conditions are correct and well defined to prevent unexpected behavior in the program. Okay, now let's talk about continue to the next iteration. The continue directive is a useful tool in loops. It allows us to skip the remaining part of the current iteration and move on to the next one. Unlike break, which completely exits the loop, continue keeps the loop running and start a new iteration. Let's understand continue with an example. The loop will only output odd value. Just take a look. In this loop, whenever the value of I is even, the continue directive is executed, and the loop moves on to the next iteration, skipping the alert statement. As a result, the alert function is only called for odd values of I. Using continue can help reduce the nesting level in loops and improve code readability. For example, consider the following loop showing odd values. While functionally identical, this could introduce an extra level of nesting with the alert call inside the curly braces. If the code inside the if statement is more extensive, it may lead to reduced readability. It is important to note that the break and continue directives cannot be used with the ternary operator. They are meant to work with loops and cannot be used as expressions, so avoid using the ternary operator as a replacement for if in such cases. Okay, now let's talk about labels for break and continue. Sometimes, in complex nested loops, we may need to break out of multiple loops at once. Regular break statement only exists in innermost loop, but in such cases, we need a way to break out of an outer loop as well. This is where labels come to our rescue. A label is an identifier followed by a colon before a loop. Allow us to reference the loop later using the label name. Let's see how labels work with an example. In this example, the label outer is placed before the outer loop. The break outer statement, when executed, break out of both the outer and inner loop, and the control goes directly to the alert done state. Labels are very useful in scenarios where we want to control the flow of nested loops and exit early from multiple loops at once. They help us avoid complex nesting and improve the readability of the code. However, it is essential to note that labels do not allow us to jump to an arbitrary place in the code. Labels must be associated with loops, and break or continue directive using labels must be inside a loop. They cannot be used to jump to non-loop section of the code. Okay, thank you for learning. My name is Naushad. See you in our next video. Hello everybody, my name is Naushad and today we are going to learn about switch statement. A switch statement can replace multiple if checks. It gives a more descriptive way to compare a value with multiple variants. Okay, now let's talk about the syntax. The switch statement provides a concise way to select one of many code's blocks to be executed based on the value of an expression. The syntax for switch statement is as follows. The switch statement evaluates the expression and compare its values to each case value using strict equality. If a match is found, the code block corresponding to that case is executed until the break statement is encountered. The break statement is used to exit the switch statement and continue with the code after the switch. If no match is found for any of the cases, the code blocks under the default label is executed if provided. Some important points to remember about the switch statement. The expression can be of any data type, including number, strings, or variable. Each case value must be a constant value, literal I mean, and cannot be an expression or a variable. If there is no break statement after a case, the execution will fall through to the next case, and all subsequent cases will be executed until a break is encountered. The default case is optional and provide a fallback code block to execute when no cases match the expression. The switch statement is a powerful tool for handling multiple possible values of an expression in a clear and organized manner. However, it should be used with great thoughts and can sometimes be replaced with other constructs like if-else statement or object property lookup depending on the specific use case and code readability. Okay, let me show you an example. In the example provided, we use the switch statement to evaluate the value of a, which is 2 plus 2. The switch then compared this value against each case. Since a is equal to 4, the code block under the case 4 is executed, displaying the message exactly. In JavaScript, it's important to use break statement after the case to prevent fall-through behavior, where the execution flows to the next case without further checks. The break statement helps control the flow of the switch statements and ensure that only the relevant code block is executed. We also saw an example without break statement, where the code continues to execute sequentially after the matching case. In this scenario, all code blocks starting from the matching case will be executed until a break statement is encountered.
Lastly, we learned that any expression can be used as the switch argument, providing great flexibility in handling different cases. In this example, we use the unary plus operator to convert the string 1 into a number, allowing us to compare it with the value of b plus 1 and execute the corresponding code block. Switch statements are a powerful tool for handling multiple scenarios based on the value of an expression. However, it is essential to use break statement correctly and consider the flow of execution to avoid unintended behavior. Additionally, switch statements are most suitable for cases where we have multiple distinct values to compare against a value expression. For more complex scenarios, other constructs like if-else statement or object property lookup may be more appropriate. Okay, now I'm going to talk about grouping of the case. In JavaScript, we have a flexibility to group multiple case variants that should share the same code. When we want the same code to be executed for multiple case values, we can simply write one after the other without any break between them. For example, let's say we want to display the same message for case 3 and case 5. In this example, if a is equal to 3 or 5, the code in the group case will run. Since there are no break statement between these cases, once the code inside the matching case is executed, it will continue to the next case without any further check. Both 3 and 5 will show the message wrong along with the additional suggestions. The ability to group the case is a side effect of the switch case behavior when there are no breaks between cases. The execution of case 3 starts from where it is matched and goes through case 5 due to the absence of a break statement. Okay, grouping cases can be a useful way to reduce code duplication when multiple cases value require the same action to be performed. However, it is essential to ensure that the code logic allows for this per grouping and the group cases share the same behavior. Otherwise, unexpected results may occur if the case have different intended outcome. Always be cautious and test the code to verify that it behaves as expected. Okay. Okay, we are going to talk about type matters in JavaScript. In JavaScript, when using the switch statement, the equality check is always strict. This means that not only the value but also the types must match for a case to be executed. Let's consider the following code as an example. In this code, if the user enters 0 or 1 in apostrophes in the prompt, the first case will match and the message 1 or 0 will be displayed. If the user enters 2 in apostrophes, the second case will match and the message 2 will be displayed. However, if the user enters the number 3 without apostrophes, the prompt will return a string 3. Since the cases are checked with strict equality, the case with the number 3 won't match the string 3, like 3 in apostrophes, and it will considered as a default case. Therefore, the message an unknown value will be displayed. It is important to be mindful of the data type and ensures that the cases are written to handle values of the correct type. In this case, to handle the number 3, we should convert the input to a number before the switch statement. By converting the input to a number using number, we ensure that the switch statement behaves as expected and correct case will be executed for the number 3. Always pay attention to a data type when using switch statement to avoid unexpected behavior and bugs in your code. Thank you for watching. My name is Naushad. See you in our next video. Hello everybody, my name is Naushad and today we are going to learn about functions in JavaScript. Quite often we need to perform a similar action in many places of the script. For example, we need to show a nice looking message when a visitor logs in, logs out, and maybe somewhere else. Functions are the main building blocks of the program. They allow the code to be called many times without repetition. We have already seen examples of built-in functions like alert, prompt, and confirm, but we can create functions of our own as well. Now let's talk about function declaration. In JavaScript, we can create a function using a function declaration. The function declaration has the following syntax. The function keyword is used to declare a new function followed by the name of the function. Inside the parentheses, we can list the parameters that the function takes, separated by commas. The function body, enclosed in curly braces, contain the code that the function will execute when called. Let's create a simple function called showMessage that displays a message when called. Once the function is defined, we can call it by using its name followed by parentheses. Calling the function like this executes the code inside the function body, and in this case, it will display the message "Hello everyone" in an alert. Functions are a powerful way to avoid code duplication. Instead of repeating the same code in multiple places, we can define a function with a common code and call that function whenever we need it. This makes our code more organized, easier to maintain, and reduce the chance of errors. For example, if we want to change the message or the way it is displayed, we only need to modify the code inside the function, and the change will be applied wherever the function is called. This improves code efficiency and maintainability. Okay, let's talk about local variable. In JavaScript, variables declared inside a function are known as local variables. A local variable is also visible and accessible within the function where it is declared. It cannot be accessed outside of that function. Let's take a following example. In this example, we have a function called showMessage. Inside the function, we declare a local variable message and assign it the value hello, I am JavaScript. When we call the function showMessage, it displays the value of the message variable using the alert function. However, if we try to access the message variable outside of the function, as shown in the second alert message, it will result in an error. This is because the message variable is local to the showMessage function and it is not accessible outside of it. Local variables are useful for encapsulation data within a function and preventing unintended side effects or conflicts with variables in the other part of the code. Each time the function is called, a new instance of the local variable is created, ensuring that the values are isolated and independent for each function call. Remember that local variables have limited scope and are only accessible within the function where they are declared. If you need a variable to be accessible from multiple functions or throughout the entire script, you should declare it outside of any function, making it a global variable. However, it is generally recommended to use global variable to avoid potential issues with variable name clashes and to maintain better code organization. Okay, let's talk about outer variable now. In JavaScript, functions have access to variables that are declared outside of them. These variables are called outer variables or global variables depending on where they are declared. Let's explore how function can access and modify outer variables with example. In this example, the function showMessage has access to the outer variable username declared outside the function. The function can use the value of username and display it in an alert. In this example, the function showMessage not only accesses the outer variable username but also modifies its values. When the function is called, the value of username is changed. In this example, the function showMessage declares its own local variable username, which shadows the outer variable with the same name. Inside the function, the local variable is used and outer variable remains unchanged. It is generally recommended to use global variable most of the time to avoid potential issues with variable name clashes and to maintain better code organization. Modern JavaScript code tends to limit the use of global variable and instead relies on variable declared within functions, which are accessible only within their respective scope. Parameter. In JavaScript, functions can accept data through parameters. Parameters act as placeholders for the value that will be provided when the function is called. Let's explore how to use parameters and functions with examples. In this example, the function showMessage is declared with two parameters, from and text. When the function is called, the value are passed as argument for the parameters from and text respectively. The function then uses these values to display the message. Now let's talk about function modifying local variables. Just take a look. In this example, the function showMessage modifies the from parameters by adding asterisk around it. However, this change is local to the function and does not affect the value of the outer variable from, as the function only operates on a copy of the value. It is essential to distinguish between parameters and argument. Parameters are the variable declared inside the parenthesis in the function declaration. They act as placeholder for the value to be passed when the function is called. Arguments are the actual value passed to the function when it is called. They replace the parameter placeholder with real data. Understanding this distinction helps us correctly declare and call function with the appropriate data. Now let's talk about default values. In JavaScript functions, we can define default values for parameters, which are used when an argument is not provided during the function call. Let's understand default values with examples. In this example, the function showMessage is defined with two parameters, from and text. The text parameter has a default value of no text given. When the function is called with only one argument, the text parameter becomes undefined and the default value is used. Now let me show you an example of evaluating default parameters. In this example, the showMessage function uses another function to determine the default value for the text parameter. If the text parameter is provided during the function call, another function is not executed. However, if the text parameter is missing, another function is called to provide the default value. Okay, now we are going to take a look over default parameters in old JavaScript code. In older JavaScript code, before the introduction of default parameter, developers used different approaches to set default values. The first example uses an explicit check for undefined, while the second example utilizes the logical OR operator to assign the default values when the text parameter is falsy. In modern JavaScript, we can directly set default values for parameter using the equal sign syntax, which provides a more concise and clearer way to handle default values in function. Okay, now we're going to talk about alternative default value. Alternative default parameters. Sometimes it makes sense to assign default values for parameters at a later stage after the function declaration. We can check if the parameter is passed during the function execution by comparing it with undefined. Okay, I'm going to show you some examples over here. Modern JavaScript engines support the nullish policing operator. It is better when most false values such as 0 should be considered normal. Okay, we are now going to talk about returning a value. In JavaScript, functions can return value back to the calling code using the return statement. When a function encounters the return statement, it stops executing and immediately returns the specified value to the calling code. Let's explore returning value from function with example. In this example, the sum function takes two parameters, a and b, and returns the sum using the return statement. The function is called with arguments 1 and 2, and the result of the function, the sum, is assigned to the variable result. I'm going to show you the example of function with conditional return. In this example, the checkAge function takes an age parameter and returns true if the age is greater than or equal to 18. Otherwise, it uses the confirm function to ask for permission and return the user response true if they have permission, false otherwise. The function is used to determine whether access is granted or denied based on the user age. I'm going to show another example of using return without a value. In this example, the show movie function calls the checkAge function to validate the user's age. If the age is not valid, example, the checkAge function returns false. The show movie function exits immediately using return without a value. This prevents the remaining code from being executed if the age is invalid. It is essential to note that if a function does not explicitly use the return statement or return without a value, it implicitly returns undefined. Remember to avoid adding a new line between return and the return value. As JavaScript interprets it as an empty return, keep the return and the value on the same line, or use parentheses to wrap the expression if it spans multiple lines. Now let's talk about naming a function. When naming functions in JavaScript, it is essential to choose descriptive name that accurately represent the action performed by the function. There are some best practices for naming function. Use verbs. Function name should start with a verb, reflecting the action that the function performs. This makes the code more readable and self-explanatory. In fact, be specific. The name should be as specific as possible, indicating what the function does and what it returns. It helps other developers understand the purpose of the function at a glance. Agree on prefixes. It is common to use prefixes to categorize functions based on their actions. For example, get for a function that returns a value, calc for function that performs calculation, create. For function that creates something, check. For function that performs checks and return a boolean value, etc. For that returns a boolean value, etc. One function, one action. Each function should focus on performing one specific action. Avoid combining unrelated actions within a single function. If you have two independent actions, create separate functions for each. This is what I recommend. Okay, let me show you an example of some functions naming terminology which in some libraries or frameworks, ultra-short function names are used for frequently used functions, such as $sign in jQuery or underscore in Lodash. However, there are exceptions, and for most functions, it is better to use descriptive and meaningful names. Remember, using meaningful functions name not only helps others understand your code, but also make it easier for you to maintain and modify your code in the future. Okay, now we're going to talk about function comments. When writing functions in JavaScript, it's important to follow the principle of keeping functions short and focused on doing one thing. If a function performs a large task, it is a good practice to split it into a smaller functions, each responsible for a specific part of the task. This not only makes the code easier to test and debug, but also act as a form of self-documentation. Let's consider the example of two functions, show primes, that output the prime number up to n. I'm going to show you two examples, first using a label and the other one is using additional function isPrime. Okay, just take a look over it. In the second variant, we have split the task into two functions, show prime and isPrime. The isPrime function is responsible for checking if a number is prime. By doing this, the showPrime function becomes more readable and self-descriptive. Functions not only serve the purpose of code reusability, but also act as a way to structure the code and make it more readable. Creating separate functions for specific tasks, even if they are not intended to be reused elsewhere, is a good practice for writing clean and maintainable code.
It helps other developers, including yourself, understand the code's logic more easily. Thank you for watching. My name is Naushad. See you in our next video. Hello everybody, my name is Naushad and today we are going to learn about function expressions. In JavaScript, a function is not a magical language structure, but a special kind of value. The syntax that we used before is called a function declaration. There is another syntax for creating a function that is called a function expression. It allows us to create a new function in the middle of any expression. Here we can use a variable say hi getting a value. The new function created a function. As function creation happens in the context of the assignment expression to the right side of equal sign, this is a function expression. Please note there is no name after the function keyword. Omitting a name is allowed for function expression. Here we immediately assign it to the variable, so the meaning of these code samples is the name. Create a function and put it into a variable say hi. In more advanced situations that we will come across later, a function may be created and immediately called or scheduled for a later execution, not stored anywhere, thus remaining anonymous. Function is a value. In JavaScript, a function is a value, just like any other data type. We can store a function in a variable and treat it like a regular value. For example, in this example, we define a function say hi and then store it in the variable func. Both say hi and func can be used to call the function and display the message hello. The function can be copied, passed as an argument to other functions, or even returned from other functions. We can also use a function expression to declare a function, as you can see right now. Both function declaration and function expression create functions, but the difference lies in the syntax. Function declaration use the function keyword with a name, while function expression use a function keyword without a name, followed by an assignment to a variable. Regarding the semicolon at the end of a function expression, it is not a part of the function syntax. The semicolon is recommended at the end of the assignment statement, whether it is for a simple assignment or a function assignment. It ensures proper separation of statements and prevents potential issues with JavaScript automatic semicolon insertion. So even though function declaration don't have a semicolon at the end, it is common practice to add it at the end of function expression to improve code readability and prevent unexpected errors. Callback function. In JavaScript, functions can be passed as values and used as callback functions. Okay, let's consider an example of a function called ask that takes 3 parameters. Question: the text of a question is to be asked. Yes. A function to run if the user name is yes. No. A function to run if the user answer is no. The ask function uses the confirm method to display a dialog box with a question. If the user clicks OK, it calls the yes function. And if the user clicks cancel, it calls the no function.
In this example, show OK and show cancel are called functions. They are passed as arguments to the ask function and get executed based on the user response. Alternatively, we can use function expression to create the callback function directly inside the ask function call. Here is the callback functions are declared directly inside the ask function call without a name. While they are non-accessible outside of ask, they serve the purpose of providing action that will be executed based on the user input. In summary, function in JavaScript can be treated as values that represent actions. They can be passed as argument to other functions, allowing more flexible and dynamic code structure. Callback functions are a common use case for passing function as values, enabling us to handle different scenarios based on user input or other conditions. Function expression was a function declaration. In JavaScript, we have two main ways to define functions, function declarations and function expression. Let's explore the key difference between these two approaches. Function declarations. The function declaration is defined as a separate statement in the main code flows. Just take a look over this. A function expression is created inside an expression or inside another syntax construct. It is created on the right side of an assignment expression, typically with the let, const, or var keyword. The primary distinction between the two is when they are created and become usable. A function expression is created when the execution flow reaches, and it can be used from the point onward. On the other hand, a function declaration is processed during an initialization stage when the script is run, making it accessible anywhere in the script, even before the declaration itself. For example, this code works because of function declaration. Just take a look. However, if we use a function expression, it wouldn't work as intended. Function declaration also have a special feature related to block scope. In strict mode, when a function declaration is within a code block, example inside an if statement, it is visible everywhere inside that block, but not outside of it. This can lead an unexpected result if we intended to use a function outside the block. For such cases, function expressions are preferred, as they have clear visibility rules and
can be assigned to variables that are accessible outside of the block. To make welcome accessible outside of the block, we can use the function expression and assign it to a variable with proper visibility. Just take a look over this. In conclusion, function declarations are preferable when we need a function declaration that can be called before its actual declaration in the code. However, in cases where this is not suitable or we need a conditional declaration, function expressions are the better choice, as they provide more control over the function's visibility and assignment to variable. Hello everybody, my name is Naushad and today we are going to learn about arrow functions. In JavaScript, there is a more concise syntax for creating functions called arrow functions. They provide a shorter and more straightforward way to define functions, especially for simple one-line actions. The basic syntax for arrow function is this create a function func that takes argument arg1 and argn, evaluates the expression on the right side using these arguments, and returns the result. Arrow functions are equivalent to the following function expressions. Here is an example of an arrow function that calculates the sum of two numbers. This is equivalent to the longer form. You can call arrow functions in the same way as function expressions. Arrow functions are especially useful when dealing with simple one-line expressions. If the function has only one argument, you can omit the parentheses around the parameters. If the arrow function has no arguments, you must still include empty parentheses. Arrow functions can also be used dynamically, like function expressions. For example, Arrow functions may seem unfamiliar at first, but they become more readable as you get used to their structure. They are great for concise and straightforward functions, especially when you want to avoid writing lengthy code. Multi-line arrow functions. In JavaScript, arrow functions can also handle more complex logic with multiple expressions and statements. To create a multi-line arrow functions, you enclose the function body with curly braces. However, when using curly braces, you need to include an explicit return statement if you want the function to return a value, just like a regular function. Here is an example of a multi-line arrow function that calculates the sum of two numbers. As you can see, the sum function now has multiple expressions inside curly braces. Arrow functions have other interesting features as well, which we will explore in depth later. For now, you can use them for simple one-line actions and as callback function. Their concise syntax makes them great for handling various scenarios in our JavaScript code. Hello everybody, my name is Naushad and today we are going to learn about JavaScript Specials. Let's go through the content about JavaScript Specials. It is about everything we have learned so far. Code structure. Thanks to automatic semicolon insertion. Statements in JavaScript are typically delimited with semicolons. However, in many cases, a line break is treated as a delimiter as well, thanks to automatic semicolon insertion. Putting a semicolon after each statement is a recommended best practice. However, semicolons are not required after code blocks and syntax constructs like loops. Strict mode. Strict mode enforces a more secure and modern behavior for the code. Some modern features like classes enable strict mode implicitly. Variables. JavaScript provides three ways to declare variables. Let declares a block scope variable that can be reassigned. Const declares a block scope constant variable that cannot be changed after initialization. Var declares a variable with a function or global scope. Legacy, we prefer let and const. Variable names can include letters, digit, $, underscore, but they cannot start with a digit. Non-Latin alphabet are also allowed but not commonly used. JavaScript has 8 data types: number, beginit, string, boolean, null, undefined, object, and symbol. The type of operator is used to determine the type of a value. Interaction. In a browser environment, we use the following basic UI functions for interaction: prompt, confirm, alert. These functions are modal, meaning they pause code execution until the user responds. Operators. JavaScript supports various operators, including arithmetic, assignment, bitwise, conditional, logical, null equalizing, and comparison operator. Few important notes here. The binary plus concatenates strings. The equality check converts value of different types to a number for comparison. The null equalizing operator with double question mark signs allows choosing a defined value from a list of variables, returning the first non-null undefined values. Loops. JavaScript provides several types of loops. While loop, which repeats a block of code while a condition is true. Do while loop, similar to while loop but ensure the block of code is executed at least once. For loop executes a block of code for a specific number of times. The for loops allows us to declare a loop variable that is visible only within the loop, but we can also reuse an existing variable. The break and continue statement allows breaking out of the loop or skipping the current iteration based on certain condition. Labels can be used with loops to control nested loops behavior. The switch construct. The switch construct can be used to replace multiple if checked based on strict equality.
JavaScript offers three ways to create functions. Function declaration. Function is the main code flow. Function expression. Function in the context of an expression. Arrow function. Concise functions using equal greater than sign syntax. Functions can have local variables and parameters can have default values. Function always return a value even if there is no explicit return statement. The result is undefined. Summary. Let's take an overview. This chapter briefly recaps the feature of JavaScript learned so far, highlighting some important points. It covered code structure, strict mode, variable, data types, interaction, operators, loops, the switch construct, the different ways to create function. The upcoming video tutorials will continue with more advanced and special features of JavaScript. So stay tuned. See you in our next tutorial. Thank you so much. My name is Naushad. Take care.